Nope. Ooh, not the fucking birds. Of course, birds would attack me once you got in here. Do I have a rocket launcher? I do, but I have no ammo. Oh no, no, no. I was not expecting that. Holy shit. Oh my god, hold on. I have to go back and say hi to everybody. Um, I can't fucking breathe right now. Hi Missy. Hi Poppy. Hi JC. Jay, thank you for the follow. Oh my god. Kifa, hi Kifa, thank you for the follow. What is all this stuff? Oh my god. Um Okay.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing
Oh.
stronger, and it was taking
Oh.
over everything in its path.
Okay. Okay.
Emotional damage.
To find a car from there.
Okay. Okay. I'll see many times I found. Oh. What is that? What is happening? Oh my god. Where am I going? Oh. Oh. What? How dare you touch me? What was I supposed to fucking do?
I hoped I could find a car from there.
What was Ooh. Does that mean I get to go through all those other places now?
Enemy can't catch what doesn't temporarily exist.
What am I doing? Oh. 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 Or fix the color.
Oh yeah.
What? Oh my god. Thank you, Chew Pure Scion. That scared the shit out of me. You are my first follower while I'm on stream. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I literally don't even know what to say right now because I was not expecting that. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Man to cleanse. We'll learn how to fight too, right? Naturally. You will spend your days training and studying, but most importantly, sewing. Sewing? Oh my god. Fuck. The end when you're kind of just running in darkness for a hot minute, like absolute darkness. Oh. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god, not the lights. Hello. Did you know these tips are shown during these transition sequences? Yes. Because I've been waiting in this transition sequence for days. Plus, I made something special for the occasion. Here. Oh, is that a sandwich? A sandwich. Wow, that's really good. That was really good special effects too. Or sound audio. I don't. Oh! Gosh darn it!
Oh no.
No. Oh no. Nope, 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 nope. What the fuck? Was like trying to literally pull on the rope to re-engage what I thought was the trap.
Back rolls.
Oh my god. Yes, because it plays this like Xena yell anytime somebody comes in so that I actually remember to look at chat. And this game is like terrifying me. I've like had enough of it at this point. I'm like just trying to get to the end of this chapter so I can be gone. I'm gonna be really fucking annoyed. Ooh. This looks dangerous. Don't do that. Damn it! Get him! Get him! Oh! What am I doing? What am I doing?
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initial.
Oh!
Watch where you're standing.
Nope.
Bug tunnel breach! Mag's empty!
Oh, get up, get up, get up, get up. Open. Oh. Oh my lord. Bitch. What were you even trying? You were standing there for mad long, just letting me slice you up, bitch. Like a piece of chicken that you are. Oh shit, somebody's already here. Oh shit. Bitch. See, this is what happens. I'm just trying to do the fucking story. Let me do the story and you won't get your ass whipped. This is what happens. Don't touch me. Dude came up behind me, still did no damage. But it's days like today where I'm like, I'm glad that I don't have to go in the office. You better handle those packages. Uh-huh. We love a good package. All shapes and sizes, honey. Okay. Where art thou, bug? Also, that fucking fire tornado is just like walking around over here.
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
What is happening? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 landing sequence initial.
Oh!
Watch where you're standing.
Nope.
Bug tunnel breach! Mag's empty!
Learn how to fight too, right? Naturally. You will spend your days training and studying, but most importantly, sewing. Sewing? Hello, hello. Oh, how is everybody doing today? Hold on one second. Oh, I hope everybody's doing well. I did not realize that the Cocoon music was playing. So sorry if that's loud. Please let me know. I hope everybody's doing well. It is Sunday. Unfortunately, it is the end of the weekend, which means we have to go back to hell tomorrow. I'm exhausted. I had a long weekend. I had my niece and my nephew both days. And they were little terrors, specifically my niece. She does not like anything. She doesn't like me to brush her hair, change her pamper, give her a bath, feed her. She doesn't even like me turning the carriage around when I have to walk my dog with her, so that was my weekend with her, and then my nephew. Oh shit! Hold on 1 second. I knew I was forgetting something. Hold on 1 second. Let's see how this looks. I forgot to put my Ethernet cable in, as I always do. And my nephew is in trouble right now because he's not listening in school. So we did a bunch of work yesterday, and I gave him a little break. And today he messed up my game, so I'm a little annoyed. If you don't know, we've been playing Ratchet and Clank, and today was on my PS5, and at some point he was playing Roblox, and he's like, oh, I want to finish the game, and I'm like, okay, go finish it, because we're like about to leave to hand it back off to my sister. And he was like, hold on 1 second, let me make sure. Okay, this is working. He was like, let me finish, and I'm like, okay. And I didn't know he was playing my Ratchet and Clank game instead of his. And so he went on to the next part of the story. So I'm a little frustrated. I'm going to see if I can go back. Otherwise, we're just going to miss that little part of the story for stream. Yeah, but today we're going to play Cocoon. Also, I'm extremely tired. I tried to take a nap for like an hour and a half, could not fall asleep. I think it's because I had some croissants today, which I think my body just cannot eat bread, dough, pancakes, anything in that family, because I just get like extremely exhausted and I can't do anything. I can't sleep. I'm just like in a bad state of exhaustion. So then I was like, okay, I have a bit of time. Let me go do a run. So I did a little 30-minute run. Feeling snatched, even though that is not the case. Yeah. And that's what I did today. After this, I'm probably gonna try to do as much Marvel Rivals as I can, because today's kind of the last day. It's tomorrow at 8. But I basically get out of work at 6. By the time I'm walking my dog, it's 7. So I would only have 1 hour. So there's still a character or two I have not played. It's 10 past midnight here in Germany. Have to get ready for bed. Have a great stream. Thank you so much, Jay Miller, for hopping in for a bit. I totally appreciate it. And thank you for the follow. Hope you have a great night's rest. Yeah, and hopefully you have a great week. Thank you for coming in. What was I saying? Yeah, so I'm gonna try to do as much Marvel Rivals today as I can, because there's still some characters I have not really played. I haven't done really any of the healers, so I still need to play Mantis. I need to try Luna again. I need to try a little bit more Doctor Strange and Groot. I'm kind of getting the hang of Spider-Man, but he's a little hard for me because I suck at keyboard. But I'm playing him and I'm doing well. I'm killing people. I'm eliminating them. So I need to do that today. I was doing it for like a little bit yesterday, but then I noticed that my game wasn't giving me more new highlights, and so I didn't know if it was like refreshing, like after like if it refreshes each day, that it will give you new highlights. So hopefully that will happen today, because otherwise I don't know how to get that stuff. Also, want to apologize to anybody, because I did say I streamed Wednesday, I think, Marvel Rivals, and then I said I was gonna do it the next day, but that game takes up so much just energy, everything. It literally sucks the life out of your computer. I only have one computer, not a 2-computer setup. So trying to have basically having any application open with Marvel Rivals, I immediately, the first thing that pops up is that your computer's running low on memory. and it literally gives you problems. So me having my OBS open, having a browser open, it was too much, and so my stream was crashing so much, and I was like, that is not a good experience. And although I really want to be able to stream it, it's just not enjoyable. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna get the content that I would like out of it because I'm streaming and my computer is super laggy, but the game was totally fine. And I didn't think I was gonna try to do it possibly without the camera, but I just thought that it wasn't gonna necessarily work the way I wanted it to, so I didn't do it. Also, I thought that I would get the option of getting a new different code each day until they stopped, but that is not the case. If we were invited, we only got one extra code, and so I gave that to somebody, and we've been playing, and they hit me up yesterday. I totally missed their message, otherwise I could have played with them. But yeah, what else do I need to do? Need to work on some stream stuff because I've been, not gonna lie, I've been super unmotivated to do anything new. So I need to do that. I need to go through my VODs and try to get some clips. I need to clean my house because over here looks like what does it look like? Looks like Toys R Us threw up because of these little kids. Like every toy you can imagine they keep taking out, and I'm just like, they literally have no attention span. It's insane. So I need to do that. I possibly need to do laundry. I don't know. Who knows what else I'm gonna do today? I'm probably, you know what I'm going to do today is probably absolutely nothing. I'm probably gonna try to get our Marvel Rivals, and once I do, my friends are gonna hit me up and like, let's play Overwatch. Let's play Fortnite. So yeah. What else is going on? I was gonna start Hellblade today, but then I was like, no, we need to finish one of these 3 to 4 games that I started, and we need to like rotate it and get it back and finish them and not just keep starting games, because I didn't realize how close to the 21st it is. And yeah, I would like to beat the game. It's a short game. Supposedly it's only 8 hours. On stream it's probably gonna be like 24 hours because, as you can see from my other stream, I'm slow. What else is going on? Work. Let's talk about work for a little bit. Hold on, because my computer's acting a fool right now. I don't know, every time I open my stream deck, I have to sign in on a browser, and then it like keeps opening up tons of windows. I don't know why. I also haven't looked into it because I have no time, no patience. Work. So work has been very exhausting lately, and I've been literally so burnt out, and like to the point where I'm just like what am I doing? And it's been really frustrating. But on Thursday we had a company-wide meeting, and they do like shout outs and recognitions in front of the whole company, and they did like a special one for my department, the IT department, because you know, IT anywhere, they don't get recognition for any of the shit that we do. And I got 2 pieces of recognition on that one slide, and I was just like, I was so shocked. I was like, and they were like paragraphs about me, and I'm just like, wow, that was really nice. They put one piece about every person on my team, but for me to get 2, I was very shocked. I almost started crying, because you know, like when you're feeling like really bad at work, and you're just like what the fuck are you doing? And then you get like a piece of recognition, kind of like reignites your passion about what you're doing. So that's where I'm at right now. feeling a little bit better at work. I feel a lot better once I get a fucking raise. Because they just changed my title. So I went from a support analyst to an enterprise infrastructure engineer. And hopefully a raise will be coming with that. So that's a work. Also Friday, new music releases. There wasn't anything that I was totally interested in except obviously Billie Eilish. Everybody's talking about Billie Eilish. I don't get it. I'm just gonna say that. I told my friends that and then they were trying to come at me and I was like, please sit down. Please sit down. They're like, it's not made for you. And I'm like, okay, but I don't get like the fascination with Billie Eilish. Like, I think I have 2, maybe 3 songs of hers. You know, I don't think she's bad. You know what I mean? I don't see what everybody else is seeing. You know what I mean? So, otherwise there was no new music that I was interested in. And I'm getting very bored with music in general, kind of. I'm still doing Cowboy Carter. Still not done with that album because I still don't know the words to every single song, so I'm still working on that album. But I'm thinking that maybe tomorrow I still have to find out if I need to actually physically go into the office. But I'm gonna try to put on some like electronic playlists and get some. I need to get some more electronic dance EDM music back into my library. I want music like Boys Noise, and I want something like art pop on steroids. That's what I want to hear, and I'm not finding it anywhere. I want art pop on steroids. Anyway, let's get into the game. Let's make sure I hit the right scene. There we go. Okay, so last we played this game, we where is my thing? I don't think there's a cursor for this. We had just finished 2 worlds, and so we just started a new world. This is like a puzzle game. There's bosses in there. I think it looks like there's only maybe 4 worlds because I didn't notice that there's 5 platforms, or maybe there's 5 worlds. I don't know how to count. There's 5 platforms, and I don't remember these 2 platforms having these statues or these creatures on them. So maybe there's 5 worlds and we just got to the 3rd world. But the whole idea is that we landed somewhere and we're solving some cosmic space mystery. It's a puzzle game. It's really cute. I am having a lot of fun playing it. The worlds are different colors, so we already have the orange and the green world. And now we have a purple world, and I don't remember. Okay, there we go. Trying to remember how to get into the world. Okay, so this is the new world. Also, it looks beautiful. This is a little loud. Hold on 1 second. Little loud. Okay, I think that's better. Still loud for Mary. Take that off a little bit. Okay. This is from Annapurna Interactive. So they made The Artful Escape. So great game. If you have a chance to play that, play that. It's like a little 6-hour game about coming into one's own. Beautiful cinematography for that game. They've also came out with Stray, which is also was a surprise for me. I don't like anything necessarily to deal with cats. And I was like, okay, let me give it a chance. I gave it a chance. I was hooked. I think I beat it in 2 to 3 sittings. So that's also a pretty short game, but and they also made Open Roads, which was the little indie game that we played last time. So let's see what this brings. Okay, I can't go up and down these. Okay, so there's a ball that needs to go into this tube over here. Let's see where the tube starts. Also, this character, super cute, like a little I don't know why it reminds me of the Honey Nut Cheerios bee. That's what she's giving. Oh, this is the other way in. Oops, I didn't have to go all the way around like that. Messy. Okay, let's get to this end of this tube. Okay, so I need to bring a ball to this tube. So let's go back. Oops, nope. So we're gonna go back into that pool that I just came from. Let's grab the orange. Then we can jump into the other world with the other world. Super crazy. Also, the animations I think are really cool. Look at this world. Look at this, all these purple hues. Let's drop you in there. Let's see what's gonna happen because I don't know. Oh, look at that. That looks cool. Okay, build bridges. Nice. Can I go in here? I need that ball again. What's up here? Okay, can't go back there. There's nothing back there. Can I touch this? I might need the ball for this, so let me go back and get the ball. I was like, wait, how do I get that ball? I mean, I could always put the ball back if I desperately need to put it there, but I don't think I need to. Oh, wait. Okay, what's happening? I can't actually do anything with that. So there has to be another point where I can put this. Oh, there's another tube over here. Hold up, I want to go back and look at that. That looked like... Okay, so I don't know what this is. This is like some sort of battery that's gonna open this door that I need to get into to press that button. Okay. Let's see what's over here. Oh, there's things to pull. So that ball, that's something that I can pull. And then we'll do something cool. Put you in there. I don't know where this tube ends. Well, okay, now I see it. And what is this gonna do for me? What did you do? Oh wait, I can go through these. Okay, that's nice. Let's pull this. Oh, so I can put you over here. How does that help me? Because I need to be able to... Does it just move when I go on it? No, that scared the shit out of me. Okay. Let's move over here. There has to be a reason why I could move that over here like this. What did you do? What is this? I think I just needed to get the ball over here. I don't think it did anything. There was like no sound. Oh, look at the little fishy. Please don't attack me if you are gonna do something. Ooh. What are you? Oh. A robot that's gonna follow me. What was the point of this little bridge? Okay, he can't follow me. Maybe I'm gonna need the bridge later, so let's bring you back. Well, I'm gonna need the bridge later because I have to go back to that space to press that button. So let's go down this way. What is in here? Need you anything in here? No? No? Okay, you're just gonna follow me until we figure out what to do. Hold on. So how do I get down there? Ooh. What are you doing? What did you just do, weird thing? What are you doing? Oh, maybe he needs to open a door for me. And oh, so he's gonna follow me here. I need to pull. That's what I need to do. I need to pull him across so he can open the door for me. Okay. Okay, and now he's gonna follow me again. Yes, keep following me. Hello. Who is that? Hi, Numi. How are you? How's your day going? How was your weekend? Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh no, it's my little guy. How do I get that ball back though? Can I just... Guess I can just go back up there. Oh, I need to go back to the other world. I'm doing well. How are you? I am doing well. How are you? Let me actually read that. Not try to sound like Ariana Grande, not pronounce words. I'm doing okay. I'm pretty tired today. I just came back from a run. And I was like, let me get a little stream in, see if I can finish this game. It was a long weekend. Yeah. What are you up to tonight? What are your plans? What am I doing here? Oh, I need to get some balls over here. Wait, can I take that ball off without that thing? Please. I mean, you are only showing the left side of your face. Oh. I mean, I keep looking over here. I don't know. I gotta figure out how to do this because I feel like sometimes I'm looking and I'm like, what is happening right now? Still not totally. Oh, there we go. Happy with the placement of my camera. So, working on it. What else are you doing tonight? Let's get one ball here. Let's jump back to our other world. No. No, that was an Ariana joke from the beginning of her career. Oh, I never heard of that joke. I have never heard of that, which is surprising because one of my good friends is like an Ariana stan. And I've literally never heard that joke. Okay. Oh, I didn't even, wait, I didn't check the other space. Don't do anything. Shit. Fuck. Fuck my life. Oh, now I went to a whole different space. Can I fly back up there now? Oh, that looks like a stage for me. Oh no, what is happening? Yeah, I don't follow Ariana like that. What is happening? No. I keep pressing the wrong buttons on this damn game. This game is in wishlist. How are you liking it? It's really cool so far. Very interesting puzzles. I think the world designs are really cool. They're very different from each other. Each world has like a different set of mechanics. So I like it so far. It's like really weird and odd game. So I'm down for it. I'm surprised. I feel like I only know one other person that knows about this game. But I'm like a big fan of Annapurna. I just finished one of their other games. What am I doing with my life? This game called Open Roads, which is like basically just like a story game. You don't really do anything. It's just like you go through the family story of a mother and daughter. But I play this because I play the Artful Escape, which you haven't played that. If you haven't played that, that's a really cool game about coming into one's own. Really cool cinematography like this game, and like cool worlds. And also Stray, which is that game with the cat. Oh, was I just supposed to go next to both of them? And so because I like those games, I was like, let me just give this game a try. Can I get to it? I cannot get to that. I think I need to bring that ball back over here. Let's do that. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's nothing this way. It can only go this way. Can I drop the thing here? Wait, can I drop this ball here? No. There has to be something else that I can do. Oops, let me go look at the rest of this world. Oh my god, this is fucking huge. I'm definitely not finishing this today. Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh, this is a lot. This is a lot. Oh my god, this has so many fucking puzzles right now. Gosh darn it. Let's see what this thing does. Okay. Oh, I need to get to that. Okay, I need that bridge because I need to get there to stick the ball in there. This ball goes in this tube and does what? And I need this bridge. Let's go further down because maybe the way to get these bridges is down here. I wonder if I should stick this ball in this tube right away. Oh, maybe this is gonna keep this bridge open. Absolutely not. That was a lie. Let's get that ball back. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Can I stick it back in there? Holy shit. I just fucked up. I guess next time I'll make a Lady Gaga joke since I'm a little monster. Yeah, you gotta do the Gaga jokes because that will make more sense to me. Gosh darn it, I think I just messed up. Okay, let's go. Wait, what's up here? There's something up here. Oh, maybe I can put it in there. What do you do? Weird space. Oh, another robot thing. Oh, can he? He can't walk through here. How do we get you out of here? Oh wait, I can walk through here. Hold on. Come through. Come over here. There we go. Yes, you're back. Sorry about that. The ad breaks. I still have to figure out how exactly I want to do the ad breaks. Can you come stand on here? No. Oh, wait. Don't come up here. No. Oh, wait. Wait, I can't make him. How do you stay on here? Stay on here, little guy. Stay on here, little robot person. Yeah, I feel like my ad breaks are like, I don't know, they come like every 30 minutes and I'm like, that's crazy. I know some streamers that like only do it like once, like every 3 hours. And then they like do some like pre-roll stuff. Which I like better because then they like basically stop so that so nobody's missing any like gameplay. But yeah, I gotta figure it out. Oh, there we go. Ooh, look at me. Okay. Do I still need this guy? Yeah, I feel like it's definitely playing a lot. Okay. Do I still need him, or am I supposed to put... I think I still need him. I think he's supposed to follow me and do something special there. I don't know if he will, if this bridge will still show when he's not a... Oh yes, there we go. Okay, follow me, let's go. Oops. And what are you doing? Okay. Now let's go. Nope. Down here and get the green ball. I feel like, wait, I want to go back for a second. Let's... Is there a space to hold you over here? Just stand there for a second because I feel like I need to look at, hold on, I need my other screen. I can't see anything about the chat. There we go. Oh no, I can't go any further without the ball. Okay. Wait, let's... I feel like there was still something down here to explore. So let's explore. We didn't finish fully going down here. Oh, that closed up, which is nice. Oh yeah, we forgot this space. Oh no. What are these things? Can I touch them? No. I wonder if I can make him come back out. Although I don't know how I'm gonna make him stand there. Maybe I just need to press both. No. I think there was definitely something in there that I need to get. I'm gonna try to pull him out. This way. This bridge building thing is fucking cool. Can you come out? No. Gosh darn it. Damn. Oh, let me take the ball. Let me just go to the next area. I think I messed that up. Now I don't know what's going on in that space down there. Okay. Is this a dead end? No. Okay. This ball goes here. But I need to see what happens over here first. Yep, drop that ball. What is this? Maybe this thing opens that? Okay, let's see. Drop the ball. And bingo. Oh, there's another one. Maybe I can bring it. Oh, how are you getting to me? What is this thing? Is this? Oh, I think I need the green ball. Hold on, little guy. Got these green balls change the shape of things. Okay, so I can't go here. There's nothing here. Let's go across. And I can't go here either. I need to do something with that pillar right there. How am I getting to that pillar though? Oh. Oh shit, I didn't even notice that was a thing. Why is it not changing? Wait, maybe I can... Okay, I don't need to go back up. I need to go down. How can I just walk across to this thing? Oh. Hmm. Can you follow me anywhere? Probably not. Hmm. Maybe I need to do this. Are we together? Okay, there we go. Look at my 2 brain cells working. Sometimes it'd be a struggle in here. Can I bring him all the way back to that other area? Oh, can I drop this there? No. Okay, let's go this way. Ooh. No. Dude, you're walking too slow. Come on, NPC. Get it together. Come on. You're walking a little too slow. I shouldn't be able to walk off the side like that, though. Because I can't do it on my own, so why should it happen here? Okay. Let's not go there. No! Shit. Fuck my life. Shit. Damn, I missed that whole area over there now. I wonder if this has chapter selections once you beat it, because I kind of want to go back to it. They always have such interesting designs for their creatures or their world. Damn, I really want to know what was in there now. Look at this space. Like, what is this? What am I, a jellyfish? What am I getting sucked into? What is about to suck on me? What's happening? Ooh. Where are we going? What is happening right now? Oh my god, this place looks massive. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm pressing the wrong buttons again. Also, it's kind of nice that this game has very... Let me check out both sides. Has very few controls. Like, you're literally just pressing the arrow buttons and the space button. And that's it. Okay, let's explore this world that I was just shot into. I can't go anywhere over here. Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh. So I have to... There's nowhere else I can go. I have to jump back into the other world, drop this green ball off. To just sit there. Nope. It's also nice that it shows you the world inside the world so that you know what color you need to go. Oh no, I need that. Let's try that again. This is gonna take all my brain cells right now to figure out. Okay, I need to get the orange ball here. Wait. Let me think about this. Let's think. I need to get the orange ball inside the green ball. And then come back to this planet. Let's see if I can figure out how to do that. Let's do this. definitely don't think I'm doing this right. Nope. These puzzles are kind of crazy though. They're getting, in the beginning I would say they were a little bit less intricate, and now they're getting crazy. Let's go in. Let's switch out the barrels. Take this orange ball. So we're switching out the worlds. Where can I drop you off? I also never figured out what these black things are. No. Oh no. Maybe I need to go the other way. Maybe I need to drop the green into the orange. Oops, let's do this. Switch. Okay, so we can put you here for a second. And the green is in the orange. You go back here. You come here. Let's go back to this planet. Now take both planets with us. I don't know if I should be calling them planets or worlds. Did that actually help me out, or did I do absolutely nothing just now? That did not help me out. Because I don't think I can use this while this world is in there. No. Okay, let's go back. No, we need a switch. Oops, no. Let's get the green ball. Okay. Let's rethink this. Let's put this back here. Put you back here. Let me go back and look at the oops. Look at this purple world for a second. Let me get the green ball. Okay, we're gonna go up this way. We're gonna go down. Wait, why did I just do that? I literally was not thinking at all. No? I don't know what the fuck I was doing just now. Okay. Let's look all the way around first because last time... See... Okay. I can go up, but what does that do? Also, I feel like I need the green ball inside this orange ball. No. Let's see. I don't think I can go anywhere over here. Let's just put the ball down and see what happens. Maybe it activates this. Oh wait, there's a, I can go up this way. What do you do? Nothing. Are these things gonna be enemies? Oops. Okay, so I can take the ball back and then I can put it back up here. Is that what we're doing? Okay. Let's take this. But this is getting really complicated. So I need to go back Needs to go to this world. Need to grab the green, put it in this world. Oops, nope. Okay, we're gonna drop you here. I'm gonna go back. Get the purple. God, once there's 5 colors, I'm gonna be like, oh, that. Okay, we're gonna put here. Okay, there we go. I got the green in that world. Okay, now we get the green ball and we hop back there. I'm figuring this out surprisingly fast for someone who's extremely dumb. Extremely dumb. Ooh. Okay, let's just go up here. Think I'm gonna get, what are you? I'm probably gonna get that robot guy again. I'm just gonna go by these plants to see if they do something. Okay. There hasn't been any enemy. So we fought like two bosses. And then there's been one other kind of enemy thing. But that's about it. Okay. Now we need to look around. Because I need to get the robot thing. So these symbols, these black symbols that are here, they are located somewhere in my vicinity, somewhere on the world. And they will show me what order I need to touch them in. I probably need to go up in this green thing. Let's see what's over here first. No. Oh, wait. See, that one looks like one of the symbols. What's up here? Why would I need to go up here? I don't see the symbols anywhere over here. Okay. That looks like one of the symbols, but where's the rest of them though? Do I have to keep touching them in order for that to change? Okay, let's go try touching that first symbol, which I think is this. Okay, I do have to keep touching them. This is the next one. Okay. The next one is you. See, they change it up every single time. Triangle. It's this one. One time it was like in a bridge. It was in a mountain. I don't know why I did that. There's only one left. All I had to do was touch the last one. Okay, let's get our little robot friend. And then I can get to the other side of this. Let's put this down because I don't know if I need it. Okay, so let's see what you're going to do right now. You're gonna open these things, right? Are you something that I can do? Okay, so this is the enemy that I'm talking about. So, literally, whenever I go by this, I'm gonna just show it to you. It will trap that being. Oops. Oh, I don't know why I picked them up again. Let it get snatched. Let me go get one of these balls and put them in that hole over there. See what happens. Come on, Honey Nut Cheerio bee. So it won't snatch the ball, it only snatches that machine. Okay. Wait, if I take this out, will it stop? No. Okay. Okay, so these don't move. I wonder if that thing... I need to get it to this side to open this up so I can go into that. It needs to go to that blue structure over there. Let's think about this. I don't remember if the robot can go with me between worlds. Let's get the orange ball because I have a feeling I might need it. I can always bring it back. But I actually can't jump. Can I jump between worlds? Not the way that I normally would. Watch this be one of those puzzles that's like it should have been super easy to figure out. Nope, I don't want to do that. I want to change spaces. Let's change the ball. So we can maybe drop this off here. Why do I think that would help? I have no idea. Also, how do I need to get that purple ball back. That's the orange ball with the green ball in it. I basically need to teleport to this side. Yep, ad break coming in 3 minutes. Let's go in there. I think I need to grab the green ball. Okay. Wait, I actually don't think I can get back because I need the orange ball. Okay, I need to look at this puzzle for a second because otherwise I'm not going to figure it out. See, it starts making that noise when you get next to it because it's going to get eaten. Okay. I don't feel like I can tell it. Let's actually test it. I don't think I can teleport to another world with this thing. Let's see if it happens. Oh, it does come with me. Okay. Wait, can you do something over here? What are you doing? I don't know what these things are. It feels like it's reacting to it, but I don't know what to do. Also, I gotta keep checking my stream, make sure it doesn't freaking crash. Okay, that's back. Let's take you. I feel like I need to go back to the beginning. So you're gonna get eaten right now, I'm sorry. Let's drop you up here. Nope. Let's take the ball. I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. Okay, let's drop you here. Oops, with the orange ball. I feel like I do need to find some way to get that purple ball all the way over here because it's nowhere to be found. Wait, why are you opening? Oh, okay. Mm, okay, let's bring this ball back up. I'm always terrified that I'm just gonna get trapped in a puzzle that I literally cannot figure out. Let me bring both of the balls over there. Oops. Okay. Mm, how am I getting this to the side? What am I doing? Um, Let me try something. What I'm gonna try makes absolutely no sense, but it's worth a shot. No, I don't want to go to this one. I want to go to the orange world because I feel like the orange world has a jump off space. Nope, didn't mean to do that. No, it only has this jump off space. This is gonna be one of those puzzles where once I figure it out, I'm gonna feel really dumb. Really dumb. Okay, I'll travel into this world. No. Okay, so there's nothing I can do here. Can't go this way. Can I go across? No. Even if I had the orange ball, can I really do anything in this area? Okay, why are you making all of that noise when it comes to this thing, but you don't do anything? What can you do? Maybe it's something that I'm gonna open up later. Oh, I was like, what is going on, Frosty Tools? Okay. Okay, can't go back. I need to work with the stuff that I have. Let's see. There was anything else over here? Nope. Mm, nope. God, imagine these were things that just like hit you every time you walked by. I would be dead already. Hmm. Okay. I'm gonna let it get eaten. Okay, let's try dropping this off in his world again. Yep, that's not what I wanted. Let's go this way. I'll come back for you, little guy. Let's see if I can move across the bridge. I know I literally just tried this, but who knows? No, can't go anywhere. Can I put you? I don't think it matters if I put you there. I feel like I'm supposed to have the purple roll too. Can't bring that other ball back here. What the fuck am I supposed to be doing right now? Oh. Wait, can I actually bring him over here? Where's the little guy? Maybe he'll do something with that diamond. No, nothing. Okay. Nothing. Okay. Okay, let's think about this. What the fuck am I doing? Let's just let it let it get eaten. Wait. See, the thing is, I can't put the orange ball in the green world because there's no place to lay it down. I'm gonna feel really dumb once I figure this out. Really, or really dumb. Oops. Let me go in here one more time just to make sure there's no place that I can drop this damn orange ball. Well, actually, I can bring the orange ball. Wait, what is over here? What is this? This was the last place I was at. Okay, there's no. I was already over here, and then I came up here with my machine, and that's what brought me to this other world. Hmm. But there's no other parts of the map that I can go to. Oh wait, why is that like shining orange? Why are you orange? Can you do anything? No. Why are you not working over here? No. Wait, can I go any further? No. I have no place to put this ball in this world. No. What am I supposed to do? This might have unlocked a new fear, which is doing puzzle games on stream and showing how dumb I am. Because I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Why are you glowing like that? What do you do? Do something. Well, let's change spaces. I want to see something else. I'm telling you, this is going to be the simplest solve. Can you stand here and do it? No. Okay, so nothing happens with you here. Okay, I do think that I need to have them on two different sides. Wait. Wait. Did I just figure it out? No. But I did. Hold on. Let's... Thing is that there's no jumping point. Damn. Not all those rocks showing how messed up I've been this whole time. Okay, so you can't do anything in there. Let's go in this world. There's no way to keep you in here, and there's no other way to get to a different world. No. What the fuck am I doing? What is happening right now? Okay, I need there to be a world over here that I can get to. And I need there to be, maybe I need to switch them. Just get eaten because you're driving me nuts. I'll switch the balls. Maybe that's what needs to be done. Because this one at least has a jump pad. But I think that jump pad is only going to bring me back to the same place I've already been. But I think I need the purple ball. But I can't get back to the purple ball. Right? It's down here. Oops. I don't think this goes back down. I cannot believe I cannot figure this out right now. Oops. Aww. We need to find a way to get that purple ball. I feel like that is the plan. I feel like I'm really stuck right now. Like, what am I supposed to do? Why are there two balls up here? I mean, I don't think it matters that it's two balls. It just needs to be one. So if I go into that orange world, I can only jump back. I'm telling you, once I figure this out, I'm gonna really just hate myself. Imagine I just spend the whole stream just trying to figure out this one fucking puzzle. I will literally die. My streaming career will be over. Okay. Okay, I need to get that robot. I need to go into one planet and be able to jump into another planet. Now, how am I going to do that? I don't understand why this bridge thing is not working anymore, though. Nope. Like, why can't I make a bridge out of you? Why are thou not working? Because I have a feeling that I needed to have either the orange or the... There it goes. I feel like I needed to have the purple world in one of these other worlds to be able to do a little bit more. But this, the fact that I can't go back, kind of sus. But supposedly in this game, everything that you need to solve the puzzle should be right where it needs to be. So... What am I doing? Move, little guys. What am I doing? What am I not understanding? It looks crazy how that looks like a big old eye. Okay, I need to be able to get sucked into a world over here with the robot and get into another world. What am I doing? What am I doing wrong? It has to be something that I'm missing right now. Something really dumb. Excuse me. Okay. Where am I going? Okay. Go back to where we came from. Maybe. No, I can't get into the purple world without being not without having the purple ball. How do I get that purple ball back? This world was the world that connected to it. But I can't get back to the purple world from here. How did I even get it past this robot? How did I get it past you guys? Hmm. Okay, this does nothing. No. Wait. No. No. Excuse me. The fuck, man? What am I not getting? Let me try to bring the orange ball back into this world, see what happens. I'm having a fucking yawn fest now. Literally, I can probably yawn like, I don't know, like 30 times in a fucking minute, I feel like. Um, what was I trying to do with this? Okay. I mean, I can't even bring that robot over to this point anyway because I can't get past the yellow thing. What am I doing wrong? What the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Maybe. I don't know, this feels really stupid. Let's check. Why can't I go back across this bridge? What am I missing? See, I don't think I can leave the robot behind. I think we want to try to go back into the other world, see what happens. Oops, I forgot to bring the ball up. What am I doing? What am I doing? Oh, why did I do that? Because I literally can't get past this point anyway. My God. Okay, that's how this puzzle is making me feel right now. Okay. I literally do not understand what I'm missing. If I was supposed to have that purple ball over here, I'm gonna be really frustrated. Because it should let me go back and get the purple ball. Just eat it. Annoying for no reason. I basically want to be able to go into whatever world is over here and jump into the world that's on the other side of that yellow honey stuff. But there's nothing in either of the worlds that will let me jump into the other color world. I also cannot seem to get back to where I started from, which is also very frustrating. Like, why can't I go back? The orange ball should be able to bring me back, but it's not. Because I have a feeling that I need the purple ball. But also in this game, supposedly everything that you need is in the space that you're in. So unless I knew that I needed the the purple ball, then I could have just screwed myself over. Wait. Hold on. No, I don't think that matters. Wait. I think I figured it out. Hold on. Wait. Let's bring the orange ball over there. I think I might have figured it out. Please, please let me have figured this out. I tell you, this is the dumbest solution. You're gonna gag right now. Because this is definitely the solution. This is definitely the solution. My brain. Ugh, I cannot believe it took me, what, 30 minutes to fucking figure that shit out. La stupida. Oh my god. I cannot believe how long that took to figure out. Why am I so dumb? Hurry up and touch this thing, little guy. Okay. Do I need the balls? Yes. Okay. Let's get the orange one first. Does it matter what color? I don't think so. We're gonna open a big door. I also don't actually know what the cosmic mystery is that we're trying to solve. Oh, 2 robots. Okay. Is this gonna be another boss battle? Wait, can we go anywhere? Am I following you guys? Is there another space I can go? No? Wait. Can I go back down? Like, is there other stuff I should be exploring? I guess I should just follow them. Oh, they each have a different space bar. What is over here? Nothing? Okay, I guess they're gonna stick with the orange one first, see what happens. Oops. Oh. Okay, this is probably gonna create a bridge for me to get over. That's really nice of you guys. Oop. Come through bridge, okay. Okay, am I still following you guys? Is there nothing that I'm supposed to be exploring? I feel like I don't want to miss something. I mean, I guess they're not moving when I'm not up there, so I guess it's okay. No, that was what they just touched. Wait, see? I could have missed us. What are you? Wait, are you a bad guy? No. Ooh. Another little achievement. See, that's why I don't want to miss. Is that I think that there's been other of those creatures elsewhere and I've missed them. I've only gotten one so far. Okay, this is a boss battle. Let's get ready. Stretch it out a little bit because I have not stretched. I also have not taken a break. Let's see how this boss battle goes. Oops, not dodge. Not what I wanted to do. This is gonna be intense. What are we trying to do? Honey boo boo. What am I trying to do? I feel like these things up here. No, there's more than one hole up there. Okay, so I'm changing spots. And we're going the exact opposite direction. Okay, I don't know what I just did. Can I just walk to it and do that? Or... Okay. Oh, shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh my god, what is happening right now? Shit. Okay. Oh shit. Oh my god. No, oh, no, no! Ow! Oh my god, I thought I didn't catch it the first time. Shit. Wait. How do I get back there? Okay. Biatch. Oh. Okay, this is gonna get really intense. Come back up. Oh, it's just gonna get faster, I think. Shit. Oh my god, what's happening? Shit. am I doing? What am I supposed to be doing? Oh no! Ah! Okay, I'm gonna take a bathroom break and then I'm gonna beat this fucking guy's ass. I will be right back. Holy shit. Wait, was that somebody? No. There's way too much like fucking plant dust. Plant cum, as some people like to call it. In this game. Because I just be thinking everything over here is a fucking person. Okay, get inside, get inside, get inside. Can I shoot it? Oh shit. My dog just scared the shit out of me. Because he's over here and he just like, he heard me jump and he's like, what are you doing? Oh my god. That was intense. I don't think I made it more intense by playing that music or that sound. See? Yeah, you saw me win. Everybody's seeing me win right now. This is a winning stream. We're winning here. It's only winners, okay? Oh. Okay. Oh. Oh shit, no. Oh my god. I cannot function. Like, where did those two people even come from? I'm like looking around and I didn't even see them. What the fuck? Oh my god. That gun? Where did we get that gun? Oh my fucking god. I hate you so much right now. How did, what the fuck? That's what I get for trying to go around. Give me my damn ability already, son. Dude, and this dude over here fucking duck walking. That bitch gotta be on the hit list because he is outdoing himself to kill me. Did y'all see him jump from underneath here? Yeah. Oh my god, what the fuck is up with this guy? He's literally just like one-hitting me. Like, I know I'm not bugging right now. I think somebody's above me. Oh. Nope. Nope. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, somebody else is over here. No.
Emotional damage.
Damn. Can I pull this? No. The other type of collectible are hats. Those are pretty cool because you can wear them, plus you need some for specific achievements. Oh. Okay. Per stream because I can't. I am horrified right now. Ready? Oh shit! Ah! No, I'm stuck in a corner. No, get me out of this. We are back. Let's kick this guy's ass. Oh, okay. No. Oh shit. Almost fucking caught me. Come on. Oh shit. Shit. No. Shit. Did we get it? Did we get it? Oh my god. Okay. Run! What are you doing? What are you doing? No. Oh, no! Damn, I fucking missed that. Let's go. Come on. I gotta fucking beat this guy. Shit. No. Come on. Shit. Oh my god. I'm like literally not moving fast enough. Okay. God, I am so close to beating this guy. No! Oh my god. Bitch. Oh my god. Holy shit. I almost did not hit that fast enough. Get it, get it, get it! Oh my god. I think I just gotta do it one more time. Oh, did I beat it? Yes! Oh my god, that was intense. What's happening? Okay, but what just happened? Where am I supposed to be going? Oh wait, oh, am I supposed to bring it over here? Wait. No. Let's put you over here. Oh wait. I can't go back into the pool. Hold on. What are we doing? Okay, but if I put it in here, I need another ball to be able to put on this side. Maybe I just need to go first? No? Wait, did it just grow back? Oh, wait. Wait, am I being dumb right now? Yes. There we go. I was about to make a really dumb mistake. Okay, cute. What do you do? Did you do anything? No. Absolutely nothing. Wait, did that go down? No. Can I go in without you? Yes. Nope. Okay, hold on. Okay, these puzzles are getting really intricate. Oops. Okay, now I need another ball. What do you do? Wait, I need this ball. How do I get up there? You guys do anything? No? Okay, there's nothing to do over there. No. Holy shit. That was insane. That was such a fucking cool mechanic. Oh my god. I almost missed that. Okay, I think there's other things up there. How do I make the elevator move back up though? Oh, I think I figured it out. Hold on. Keep walking. There we go. Okay, mechanics. Okay. This game is getting weird about that not much. Let's go around here. The music is also getting mad intense. What just happened? Oh, I think it just went down so that it can shoot me through the air. Where can I go with this? Okay. See if there's anything here first before I go down. No. Okay. Needs to go up here first. Okay. Okay, making some progress after. What is that? What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah, better not be trying to attack me, son. No. Okay. Interesting. Wait, what's down here? Oh, there's more balls. I'm gonna take one of these balls, but I'm pretty sure that is gonna happen. Okay. Do those things walk? Because it looks like there's like another thing. Oh, it has to be. I have a feeling that's not the way I wanted them to walk. Let's let it go for a second. Nope. I need them to come back. Oop. Why do I want it there? Because this will not work without that. What is the purpose of that pedestal over there, though? Oh. Um, 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 um. Even if I get it to the top of that pedestal, let's go to the top of the pedestal again and push it, and maybe it'll pop up. There we go. Oh my god, look at me figuring this shit out. Okay, let's see where else we're going right now. Okay, those things are back. Balls over here. Oh! Wait. Wait, is it gonna just keep taking the balls from me? Okay, red light means it's probably bad to go by. How else am I supposed to get by, though? Honey babushka. Is that other ball still on there? No. Oh, wait. No. Holy shit. Pretty sure what I'm doing is not the right thing. Okay, that is not what I'm supposed to be doing. Let's see if there's something else over here that it needs to be doing to distract that. Can I take one of these and put it back on this? I knew that thing was gonna come back and fucking mess up shit. Okay, let's see. Let's figure this out. I need to get past this ball, or this succubus, whatever the fuck you want to call it, with a ball. I don't think that I'm supposed to be able to run fast enough with the ball for it to not catch me. Like, there's no way I'm getting by that fast. Can I sprint? No? Excuse me? Can't have two balls. No, there's nothing else that I can do over here. Hold on. Maybe I'm supposed to trick it? Hmm. Wait, think I figured it out. Oh no, shit. Wait, okay, it's still there. Damn it! Damn, okay, almost. Oh shit, okay. I can't believe I figured that out because I was not going to figure that out. Okay. Also glad I did that because I was not going to figure that out just now. Wait, is there more of these balls down here? Please be. Okay, you gotta come down. Oh. Okay. What does this thing do, though? Okay, this is gonna be a little... Okay. So I need to put one on here. Hold on. Okay. Surprised I figured that shit out just now. Okay, I did not walk fast enough. But what am I supposed to do up here? Oh. Dirt. There's a whole nother space. No. There's nothing there. Okay, here's another ball. Oh. No. What is this? Can I not walk past these bridges with that? Wait, is that thing just taking them from me? Hold the damn door. I feel like I need to leave it there in order for me to be able to use the elevator. Oh no, it's still bringing it right to the top. Okay, I need that bug to drop that ball there so that I can be up here. But now it's sucking the ball so fast. Oh my god. What am I supposed to fucking do? Maybe I need to grab one of these balls? Wait. Oh my god. No. Oh, fuck my life. What am I doing? How do I get a ball up there fast enough? Is there another place where I can grab a ball? There's no way I'm gonna run up all these steps over there fast enough with this ball. Something I am missing. What is this? Oh, that door was the door that was open. How do I get up there? Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? Okay, I need the bug to drop the ball in there so that the elevator goes up so I can go up. But it also needs to press this button down here so it stops sucking it up. Can I drag that bug somewhere else? Let's see how far I can go with this thing. No. Can they go up? Is there any more flowers anywhere? No. This music is not helping. It is making me delirious. Yeah. See, that's all that's... Oh. That is all the time I have to get another ball. It's not a lot of time. Can I get this ball from right here? No. There has to be another ball somewhere. There's no way I'm getting this ball all the way from over here. What am I missing? I'm gonna feel really dumb when I figure this out. Oops, what am I doing? Come on, catch it. I think I have to put this thing at like a certain... I can't even grab the ball from there because... What the fuck? There's just no way I'm grabbing this ball fast enough. Like, I can't even get past this part. Oh shit, no, the other way. What the fuck am I not getting right now? Getting angsty. We were doing so good. I feel like we were moving along so much. We just beat a boss. Just got through a whole bunch of little puzzles. And now I'm assed out again. Okay, see, I need that stupid bug to drop the ball when I'm on the elevator. And then I need that thing to get off of that pedestal so that it stops sucking it up. But I can't get back down there to press the button. Oh, wait. Hold on. Let me think about this. No. That still doesn't work because I can't get the thing. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure the thing cannot step on this thing over here. Wait. Is this thing changing whenever it goes down? Because how did it even get up? Oh, wait, no. Like, can I get this thing to... Well, I would still have to be over here for it to step down over here. No. What the fuck? Okay, worst fear unlocked puzzle games during stream. I could only imagine how I'm gonna do a Hellblade because I definitely got stuck on one of the first puzzles and then I never went back to it. Oops, I'm over here pressing a totally wrong button. What am I doing? I'm definitely missing something. There's no way I'm gonna get all the way up here with that ball. One of these. Oops. And why are these two balls here? Can't move that walking thing anywhere else. I feel like even if I was able to get these, I wouldn't be able to move fast enough. Oh my god, this music. Hold on. Let me lower it a little bit more. I feel like she is in my ear. Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, I think I figured it out. I knew at some point the brain cells was gonna brain. Holy shit, hold on. Okay. Oh my god, that was... oh my god, I feel so stupid right now. This is just, it's just gonna be my day doing stupid things. Oh, why did the music get so intense? Where am I? Are these robots? What's happening right now? Am I about to get to another boss? Okay. Guess I'm gonna take this one back. Oh wait, let's do this. Let's take both of them just in case. Nope. And we'll put this one in here. Oh, I'm so glad I did that because I was not about to do that. This music is really intense. Is this like the end? I wonder what color the next world is going to be. I'm pretty sure it's going to be blue. Oh my god, what are you about to do to me? What are you about to do? Okay. Okay, maybe it's gonna be yellow. These worlds are so fucking crazy. What are you doing? What are you doing, Simi? That was scary. Where am I? Can I go up this way? Yes. Okay. This is where I need to get. I need to get my robot friend again. Okay, let's take you first. What can you do for me? Oh. Forgot that that was a thing. Wait. No, go back. Go back. Oh, what is this? Okay, I'm probably gonna need to find a robot friend. Oh my god. Oh. Or do I? Oh, there's a lot of fucking shit going on now. No? Okay. Oh, I cannot go that way. At some point I need to get over there though. Okay, let's just go up this way, I guess. What is that? Oh, wait. Wait, what do you do? Okay. What do I need to do with you over here? Let's put you over here first, see what happens. Oh. Stay there. No, 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 no. Damn it. No. Shit. I feel like it needs to move over. Wait. I'm the one that needs to be able to press space. Okay, let me move you all the way over here. No, shit. Fucking. Gosh darn it! Why do I keep getting stuck in all these fucking. Oh. Wait. Okay, so you're following me. No. Okay. Oh no. Back up. No. Okay, I need him to be on this. No. Wait. No. No. Why is it so fucking messy? Do I need to get the other pieces? No, because I can't go down without that green ball. And I can't go back without the green ball. Oh, wait. And now? There we go. Come. No. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, but why did I want to do that? How do I get over there? Oh, wait. Okay, this is fucking complicated as fuck. Okay, wait. Let's figure this out because oh no, we're good. I need the robot to come with me. Okay, come to this thing and do whatever you need to do. What the fuck is happening? Oh. Wait, is that the same diamond shape that we've been seeing? What are you doing? Holy shit. Okay. Oops, wrong button. Guess we gotta figure out all 3 puzzles. No. Okay, so let's go this way next. Okay, and I definitely need the orange one. Something weird is gonna happen too because I have to drag something that needs to be pulled out first. I can already see it. Wait, what is this way? Nothing. This breaks off here. Needs to be this. Okay. Let's go here first. Oops. Damn. I didn't mean to do that. Forgot that that's what that does. Oh. The way I thought I was about to die just now. I feel like you can't really die in this game. It's only the bosses that throw you back into the other world. Wait. Hold on a second. Hold on. So there were stairs over here too. Let's figure out what the hell is happening right now. Okay, there has to be a robot friend up here somewhere. No. Okay, there's definitely stuff over there. Oh, there's my robot friend. Come stand here. Hmm. Okay. How do I get through? Okay, that's not the plan. Also, how do I press that button up there? What is this? Oh, okay. I need to get past those doors to be able to press that button. Okay, I need him standing on this. Maybe. Let's check if there's something down here. Because why was it letting me go all the way down here? There's not something over here for us. Okay. Oh, this was just to release a creature. Okay, that was nice. We were nice. Is anything else down here? No. Okay. Still needed him first anyway, so we went the right way. Come on. Come on, Chappie. Now, I need him to stand here and press the button. Now, how do I get him to get off of that though when I'm up there? Because I will have the ball. Okay, I can't do anything with the wall from up here. Oh, I have such bad heartburn right now. I feel like I'm about to die. Anything, hallelujah. I don't know why I'm pressing these other buttons. Wait, let's come up with me. Come. Oh, wait, can I do that? Let's come over here. A little further. Oh, I messed that up. Figured it out though. But I messed that shit up just now. Under the surface, time heals everything. I don't need anything. I will live who I am. Okay, do I still need the robot? Yes. I'm surprised my small little brain figured that out. Come over here. Come on, babushka. Jump in there. Get inked. Oh, I forgot that I fell down all the way over there. Ah. Oh yeah, second puzzle figured out. Now we gotta figure out the last one. Hold on a second. Okay, where else can I go? Can't really do. Oh, can I go further up? No. Oops. Damn, did I just mess up? Was I supposed to do the purple one first? Is how do I get the ball over here now? Oh. Come on, use that brain, son. Okay, now see what this does. Okay, robot. Wait, if I take this, do I lose him? Okay, yes. So let's be careful about that. This is a big ass puzzle. Hmm. Don't need that. No. Ah. Wait, let's see what happens when I take the ball back. Okay, so I need him. Oops. On this. Oops. Why would I need to jump over there to over here? No. Okay, wait, I actually cannot go through there. What am I trying to do right now? Oh wait, is this what we're trying to do? Is he gonna follow me? Oops. Wait, I think I figured it out. Okay. No! Why did he stay on it? Okay, I had it figured out. Why didn't he stay on it though? Oh, I needed to. Okay, I needed to grab one of those once he landed on it. Okay, okay, we got this. Come on, puzzle. Oh, snap. I almost missed that shit again. Wait. But I need him. Oh, there has to be something over here because I'm like, I still need him. Still need you, baby. There we go. Okay, let's go down and get him. Yeah. Come on, jump in there, honey babushka. Get inked. Okay. Okay, thank God that one did not take me that long to figure out. Excuse me. Oh my God, this heartburn is killing me. Need some Tums or something. Where am I going? I think this is another world. Oh, a white world. Okay. I was about to say, why does that look like a big spider? Because it is a fucking big spider. Holy crap. Okay, this place looks insane. Am I going the right way? Absolutely not. Okay, let's check up. This is really intense, this place. Ah. Check down first, although I'm pretty sure I need to go up. Holy shit. Places are fucking intense as. No! Fuck, I shouldn't have went down. I just fucked up. Because I gotta figure out another puzzle. Wait, okay, I need to write this down first. Because I need to put the ball down and the ball is lighting up everything. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Oops. That was a fuck up. Okay. Well, now I gotta touch all of them to reset it. Let's. Ooh, don't touch that. Put you on this. What is this? Can I do anything? No. I guess that's where the robot's gonna show up. Okay. Oh yeah. Oh, there goes my little guy. I don't know if I need to keep this ball. Oh my god, this heartburn is fucking calamar. I guess I needed to get the guy anyway because I think that must mean that there's some sort of spaceship at the top of this thing. Oh. That scared the shit out of me. Oh, new world. Oh no. Oh, all of that's to just do this? Okay. Come on, come on. I think we're still about to get to a new world because usually there's a new world after we get to the door. Look at this door. Game of Thrones, Iron Chair, Iron Throne. Look at those colors. That was beautiful. What are they? Okay. Can I do anything with these? Or am I just going? I think I'm just going. Where are my worlds though? How do I get over there? This is gonna be intense. Shit, I can't even go back. Okay. Hold on. Oh shit. Fuck, I did not mean to get into this boss battle. Oh, this looks like it's intense. Wait, oh, I can't leave now though. Okay, this is a boss battle, but what is happening? Wait, what is happening right now? Okay. Let's try the middle circle. Wait, can I choose where I'm getting shot at? What is happening? This is definitely... Oh wait, maybe I need to break these crystals? There we go. Oh, bitch. Bitch. Oh my god. This is fucking hard. Oh! Oh my god. Yes. Okay, what are you guys doing now? There we go. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's a spider thing. Oh shit. Oh no, I get it. No. 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 Okay. Okay, got it. Come on. Don't make me break all those fucking crystals again. Just let me fight the bad guy. There we go. Okay. Oh no. No. There we go. Holy shit. Where's the next fucking circle? No! Oh my god, that thing is slowing me down so much. Do I have to do that all over again, or am I getting one leg is down the whole time? Please let one leg be down. Like, none of the other circles were lighting up. No, shit. I thought that thing was gonna fucking throw me back. Ah! This is a hard one. This is a little bit of a hard one. Because you really gotta test your movement skills. Okay. That first one is the easiest one to get. The rest of them is like, what the fuck? Where's the yellow? No! Oh my god, he's so close to me. No! Like, what is taking so long for the next circle to fucking open? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Excuse me. Oh, fuck. It is so hard to maneuver on this fucking level right now. Fuck, man. I think I gotta only jump between the circles. No! Oh my god. Fucking shit. I'm like missing something because there's no way that that second light is taking so long to fucking show. That first one is like so easy to get. No! No, shit. No! I'm gonna be here for hours doing this. This might have to be something I come to on the next stream, because I don't think I'm gonna beat this right now. No! Oh my god. No! Oh my god, that was my fucking fault. Okay, so this is gonna get intense much harder as we go on because there'll be further spaces in between. Fuck my life. This better be the final boss. That's what this is feeling like. This is very intense right now. And I think that I need to not mess up on the first one. Fuck. Oh my god. Fuck my life. The fact that I'm probably gonna spend the whole stream trying to beat this fucking boss is insane. Oh my god, no. There we go. Oh, fuck my life. I ran right into that. No, how did... Oh. I'm gonna fucking shoot someone right now. Oh. Holy shit, I almost fucking missed that. So he just grabbed me out of fucking nowhere. Oh shit, no, I didn't mean to do that. Please let me get through. No! I'm just gonna give this a couple more tries, and then if I cannot get through this, we're just gonna do it for a whole fucking stream. Oh. No, 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 no. Oh my god. It is very hard to maneuver this. Oh no, shit. No! Where am I? I cannot fucking see myself. Fuck my life. What is happening right now? Shit. Shit. Where is this next fucking thing? Shit. Oh fuck, I just killed myself. Oh. This is gonna be really hard for me to beat. I am not good at these type of things. I'm gonna see maybe if there's... Maybe I can try it with a controller. Maybe it'll be easier. Where's this next fucking thing? Holy shit. No. Oh my god, get off of me. Dude, I pressed that fucking spacebar when it was lit up and it did not shoot me anywhere. Oh my god. Shit. I'm dead. I should have just moved back. Also, this animation takes forever. Like, just fucking put me back with the boss. It's kind of annoying now. I'm gonna get fucking caught again. Where's the fucking next thing? No! Fucking god, dude. I just fucking died. No, stop chasing me. Come on. That was bullshit. It should have stopped. Oh my god. Shit. Did not mean to do that. Keep going. Shit. Bitch. Fuck. No. shit. Where is the fucking light? No shit. Oh my fucking god, dude. Holy shit. Where is this fucking light, dude? Bam, bitch! Oh my god! Fuck! Oh my god, I need an alcoholic drink after that. Okay. I need to walk with the ball everywhere. Okay. Please let this be the end. No? Am I supposed to press space when I'm in here? What am I doing? Holy shit! Please let this be the end. That boss is fucking crazy. I think I can take this, I guess. Okay, and now we can shoot lasers. Okay. I have a feeling this is we're like towards the end. Oh. I don't know why something made me decide to shoot towards that. Let's move back a little bit. No. Okay. I've... No. Why can't I hit that fucking ball? Out of all the hard things I had to do just now, not hitting this wall. What the fuck? Maybe I need to come down here and do something, because that angle is fucking weird. There we go. I was like, that did not feel right. Fuck my life. Oops. How am I supposed to do this part? Is there a thing over here to hit? Anything to bounce it off of? Um, I wish I could charge it up and then move. Oh, maybe I need to do it at the furthest over here I can be. Nope. Okay, there's no way I'm getting to that fast enough. There has to be something else that I'm missing. Maybe I had to press this button again. There's no way I'm gonna get there fast enough. Because it's taking such a long pause after they fucking shoot. And I can't like hold it and shoot it when I'm on top of it. Come on. Oh, maybe this is it. Wait. fuck? This cannot be the solution, is to try to run up there as fast as I can because it takes such a long pause. Maybe I need to not do such a... What the fuck? That is what I'm supposed to do. I don't know why something just said, hey, shoot it backwards. The bullshittery. They really be trying to make me go out of my mind with these fucking puzzles. Be the end. Oh, this looks like a really big bad guy if this is a bad guy. Oh, well that's... Please don't be a bad guy. Can I move? Okay. Why am I doing that? Wait, is there anything else over here? Okay, so I am supposed to go over here. Oop. But how am I supposed to get that? Okay, there needs to be something else. Okay, there's something else I need to do. Wait, is something that I'm missing? Why would I need to do those other ones? Oops, didn't mean to do that. Oh no, shit. Okay, I think I figured it out. Shit. Holy shit. Oh. They are putting me through it right now. How do I get in there? Holy shit. Damn. Oh my god, this is intense. Damn it. No. Holy shit. 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 No. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna be rough. Shit. I need to just stay left to right because shit. I need to stop doing that. Shit. Yes, holy shit. Ooh. Oh my god, do I have to do that again? Hold on. Oh, what is happening right now? Hold on. Let me use the bathroom because I am dying right now. Give me one second. Oh, shit, somebody's already here. Oh shit. Bitch. See, this is what happens. I'm just trying to do a fucking story. Let me do the story and you won't get your ass whipped. This is what happens. Don't touch me. Dude came up behind me, still did no damage. Oh! Our cat. Going on. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, that was fun. That was fun. Okay, I like this combat. Oh, and we leveled up. And we leveled up. Oh, I get to pick up bonus stat. Nope. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, somebody else is over here. And we're back. What am I supposed to do? What is happening right now? Are they bringing me through the multiverse? I feel like I'm gonna have to go. No, don't do that sound. I don't like it. I'm gonna have to go through a few more of these, battles. Excuse me. Oh shit, that was weird. Okay, can't go this way. Okay, I need to find a way to get the other 3 balls. Do I need to put this in here? I need to take you? There's nothing over here though. Is there one of those lights over here? No. What does that sound? Okay, I haven't seen though that thing that lit up to make me shoot the balls anywhere else but where we just were. No. Oh, wait. Do I need to be in a world when it does it? Okay. Gotta shoot it this way. Okay, wait. I think I gotta change the direction it's shooting in. This is getting real crazy up in here. I need to change it to the one that's over here. Okay, but what is over here that I need? Oh. Wait, what? This is getting crazy. I think this is the final thing because... How do I get up there? Oh, here we go. Oh, the dirt right in front of my face. What is over here that... Wait. Can I even do that? Can I take that green ball while it's still being shot through? Well, no, because then I can't get back there. Oops. Okay, I need both of those balls to be exactly where they are. Maybe there's another ball I need to get now that I got this far. Wait, no, because this still needs to shoot. But how do I get the other balls? Yeah, see, both of those balls need to be there. Oh, I could probably walk through here. Oh, see, I didn't even have to go in. Oh shit. This is gonna be intense. Okay, still need the balls to be where they are. Okay, why? Why does that matter? That they're going in and out of shift mode. I need to find a way to get across those bridges. Oh, wait. Okay. I don't know why I was letting them shift back and forth. Wait. I think I need to let it hit one more time because I think there's something in that water that I'm supposed to let come through. No. Why is that not changing down there? What am I missing? I am so close, I feel like. Okay, let's let it hit one more time and we'll see if we see any changes. Like that, there's like a rock down there, but it's not changing. There has to be. I probably need to get it shooting in another direction. Hold on, let's do this. Oop, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Dude, oh, I keep pressing the wrong button. Anything over there? No. Try this. No. Okay, it could only shoot side and down. When it's shooting down, it's not doing anything unless it's hitting the middle. What was up here? Is there another button? No. Okay, it could only shoot down. Oops, no, didn't mean to do that. Okay, I'm getting very flustered right now. Okay, that rock down there is doing nothing. I think I have to have them hitting in a certain way. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. What am I missing? I can only shoot two directions. To the right and down. The fuck? Oh shit, you know what? Okay. I am... Let's go to our just chatting scene. Let me escape this game. Hopefully it saves me at the same place. I just realized like I only have a limited amount of time that I need to play Marvel Rivals. And I need to walk my dog and I need to eat dinner. So I am gonna call it a night. Thank you for anybody that hanged out, anybody that's been lurking. I appreciate it. I think I am gonna try to finish this on the next stream because I feel like we're really close. It says 4 hours to beat and we're at 3.5 hours. I know we're like really close to the end. So yes, thank you for anybody that came in, that's following. I mean not following, that's lurking. When is the next time I'm gonna be in? I don't think it's tomorrow. Probably Tuesday. I try not to do it on days that I have to be in the office. And also, I feel like everybody in their mama streams. Okay, we are gonna try Monday. But anyway, have a good rest of your night, and I will see you guys soon. Bye.